hope my volume's working today. Oh, I have somebody in here. Hi, Tina. Can you hear me? Just making sure, since I had all those issues last night and I talked to myself for quite a while. Okay, you can hear me good. It's a Christmas one that I just started, I think last week no, last week was when I was sick, so the week before. No, I just took my stitch right out of there. I think I'm in the wrong stitch. But it's that. Let's see, we're going 1, 2, 3 up, and then 3, 4. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Let's try not to do that again. I got the camera down low so that we can see the stitches, but that might be a little problematic for me. We'll try it anyway. Oh, thank you. How are you doing tonight? Do you do any cross stitch? All right, so that's that one, and then we're 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I haven't, before I started this one a couple weeks ago, I hadn't done it in at least 4 years. So I am really out of practice. Extremely out of practice. But that's okay, right? We don't have to do our hobbies all the time. We just do them when we want to. And I guess in 4 years, I didn't feel like cross-stitching. You're not working on anything, right? You're resting. Yeah, it definitely requires patience, doesn't it? I can't remember if it was you that told me you had tendonitis and you were having to rest. That might have been somebody else, but I was thinking it was you. I was sitting down a little while ago trying to figure out what I wanted to do tonight on the live. If I wanted to, I thought I wanted to crochet something, but then I couldn't decide on what I wanted to crochet. And so here we are. And as much as I have enjoyed doing the diamond painting, I just didn't feel like it tonight. One, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, yeah, that must have been it. Is that some kind of medication? I'm not familiar. I would like to get good enough at this where I can do like one of the heaven and earth designs, you know, those really big designs. But I think I'm a long ways from there. Okay. I don't guess I've heard of it. Arthritis pain. I'll have to look it up and see what the ingredients are because I make most of my stuff. And it might be something that I could kind of try to get right and see, or see what the ingredients are anyway to see if I'm familiar with them. My stuff is knotting up today. Definitely not what I want to deal with. Yeah, I don't guess I know what that is. I hope it works for you. Definitely be interesting to see because I get my wrist, well, my joints in general, but my wrist from the crocheting get really bad. My elbow does too. I know that doesn't even make sense, but my elbow gets like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, definitely. Um, you know what I found that helps with joint pain is glucosamine. Are you familiar with it? It's just over the counter. But I must say that, I mean, my wrist still hurts when I crochet like a lot. But I mean, that's because it has a reason to hurt at that point. But since I started keto a year ago and I cut out a lot of the processed food and carbohydrates, flour, sugar, all of that, my joints within like probably, I think it was like 6 weeks, my joints were so much better. So I really can't complain because it's been a drastic improvement. So do you take it or have you tried it? I can't remember if you told me last night what you were working on. I don't know. I don't remember. I'm sure I asked. The last time I worked on this, I said I was going to look into an app where I can like keep my spot, you know, where I'm at. Because looking at these tiny little holes and then looking over at the actual chart, I just keep losing my spot. And so if I could have it on my tablet and have it blown up, it would make it much easier. But I did not do that. Okay. Oh, thank you. But you see how slow I'm going. I could probably go a little bit faster if the camera was not in the way, because if I move much faster, I'm going to hit it. But then again, I don't do things for speed. I do them to enjoy them. Because I find that when I get into, like, I have to get something done or it's a rush, it's not enjoyable anymore. And if it's not enjoyable, then why would I want to do it? I don't know. You know, that's okay. Sometimes people don't want to chat. I was on a live earlier, Michelle's live, Michelle Sleeper, and I was there. I think she started at 7, and I was there from like 7:30 or 7:45. So they stopped at 10, and I never chatted because I was busy doing other stuff. So I listened in, but I just stayed in the background. So that's okay. Sometimes people just don't want to chat or have other things going on. And then I knew if I got into a conversation, then I wouldn't get what I had to get done. And I'm trying what I'm trying to do is I ordered a shelving unit, so that I can organize my yarn. And I was quite overwhelmed because I thought I was going to be able to get all my yarn, because I got the shelves and then I got boxes, because I like keeping my yarn in like containers because I don't like getting dust on them. 1, 2, 3, and oh, I lost my spot again. Anyway, so I have all all these boxes and the shelves, and I thought I was going to be able to get everything on there, and I couldn't. So I worked on that today probably for like 4 hours. And so I'll have to work on it again, which was why I was late coming on here today. But I'll have to work on it tomorrow and try to get it more organized. But it was just so overwhelming trying to fit the yarn in boxes and then fit the boxes on the shelves. And then I want to kind of color code, do them by color, but I also want to do them by weight. And so that's a pretty big project, but at least I have most. I'm going to need more boxes, but at least I have most of them, even though they're not organized how I want them. A good portion of them are on the shelf. But it's a huge shelf, and I can't believe I have that much yarn. And I mean, I just ordered yarn a couple nights ago. I don't think you were here a couple of weeks ago when I started this, but I was saying when I started my very first counted cross stitch, like, oh, I don't remember if it was 25 or 30 years ago. I don't know. It's been a long time. I got a kit and I was working on it, and I called my friend and I was like, I thought you told me it, because she used to cross stitch. I was like, I thought you told me everything that I needed came in here. And she's like, it does. And I'm like, but I'm almost out of the thread. And she's like, have you been dividing it? I'm like, dividing it? What do you mean? And she goes, you have to divide it. Sometimes it takes 2 strands and sometimes it takes 3 strands. And you have to see how many strands it takes. I was like, nope. So I had used the full 6 strands on most of the project. That was my first experience with cross stitch. And then I have one that I started like yeah, probably like 22 years ago, somewhere in there. 3, skip 1, 1, 2, 3, and I'm still not finished with it. But actually, I've ordered. Oh, I didn't order. I bought the threads that I need for it, because I'm gonna start it all over because I messed up in a little section. And that's probably why I stopped 4 years ago, because I probably got really irritated with it. But I messed up, and so I tried to fix it, and then I really messed it all up. And I was like, yep, nope, I can't. I couldn't go on. Like, it probably wouldn't have been noticeable to someone else, but it was to me. So I bought all the thread to go with it, and I gotta look, because I don't remember if I ordered the canvas or not. But it's really pretty picture. But yeah, I started that such a long time ago. So yeah, probably not the best at cross stitch. 1, 2, 3, or at least at completing them. I have completed some, but definitely not as many as I have started. I just ordered more today. I really didn't need it because I don't have anywhere to put it. That's what I keep saying. I don't have anywhere to put it. And if you watched one of my my hauls from, it was the first time like I went to Ollie's out here, and they had blanket yarn and they had it on sale for half price. And I was like, oh, this is such a good deal. But I'm like, I don't have nowhere to put it. I was with my husband. And he's like, get it. I'll find somewhere to put it. Just get it. I was like, are you sure? And he's like, yeah. So he actually encouraged me to get it. And I did get it. But then that was, I don't know, that was like 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, maybe. But since then, I've gotten so much more yarn. Now, granted, the yarn that I just ordered a couple nights ago is for 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 10 more. Is for a 2 blankets that I want to do. There are 2 football blankets. One's for a football team, and then the other one is just generic football blanket. And so I needed the yarn in order to make those, and I went ahead and ordered all of it, just so that when I finish the first one, I can go ahead and move on to the next one and not have to order yarn at that time. It is. It is. Years ago, I used to just buy the yarn that I needed for whatever projects I was going to work on. So even if I was working like on 2 or 3 projects at a time, that's all the yarn I would get. But then as the years went on, you find sales, or you get just like the basic colors, like, white, black, blue, just the basics. And so then you just keep building and building and building. I mean, I use it. It's not like I just collect them. I use them. That was 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. But I mean, when you find a good deal on yarn and you're going to use it, I mean, you might as well get it. Because if you don't get it then, you're going to have to get it when you need it, and then you're just going to pay so much more for it. At least that's the way I see it. You guys that are here and are not in the chat, I hope that you're having a great day. I hope all is well with you. And when I started this a couple of weeks ago, and granted, I've only worked on it, whatever I've done on the lives, which I think might have just been one night. I don't know. I don't remember. I find that from when I worked on it a few years ago, like the holes look smaller to me. The needle looks like, I'm like, I do not remember this needle being so small. But I guess it always was. And you see it the same way, yeah. I do hope I can get it organized though. If I get it organized, then I can see if I have more room, you know? Then when I find good deals, I can go ahead and get them. Because right now I really don't have the room. Unless I wanted to put my yarn in the garage, but I'm quite particular about how I keep my yarn. So I wouldn't want to have it out there. I'm just amazed when I watch the people that cross stitch that can do it. Like they put their needle in through here and they grab it through the other side and then push it back up and they just go, they work from the front and the back all at once. I'm like, wow. I don't even know how they do that because how do they even see the holes? I mean, obviously, to do it that way, you need one of those stands, you know, where you're not having to hold the stand because you need both hands. But still, the holes are so little. Like, I just don't know how you could go so fast. But I guess if you practiced it, if you did it often enough, oh, so you're the same way. Okay. See, I thought I was weird because I see everybody's yarn just out, you know, and I just thought everybody kept their yarn out like that, and I'm just a weird one putting them in containers. Yeah, definitely. That's what I did. I went and got clear totes so that I can see. But I have just regular totes that you can't see through, and so I'm still going to have to use some of those, and I'm just going to have to label them because I just don't need to get any more clear totes right now. I mean, I will at some point, but yeah, I didn't get enough clear ones. And so I'm still going to have like, I think one, two, like 3 or 6 big non-clear ones. I do have some in Ziploc bags. I get like I think it's 2 or 2.5 gallon Ziploc bags. And I have some in those that I didn't have totes for. Well, I appreciate you being here because if it wasn't for you, I'd have nobody to talk to. I'd just be sitting here in silence. So I think I'm done with that color. Yeah, sometimes it is nice. I almost had a silent live last night when my sound wouldn't work. I mean, I'm not a big talker, but when my sound didn't work and I couldn't communicate, and I had to type everything out, I didn't really like that either. But I mean, I guess if I was going to have, like when I see other people do silence, they don't communicate, they just do what they're doing. And I don't even think they look at the chat, but I haven't done that just yet, so I'm not exactly sure how I would feel about it. Because I feel like if somebody talks to you in chat, I feel like you should respond. So, but I mean, I understand if you're doing a silent and you can't respond or you can't type or whatever. I just don't know how I would do with it. It'd probably take a little bit getting used to. All right, what color should I go? Let's see what we can go with. I'll go with ours. I'll go with twos. There's just a few of those. I think I'm gonna go with the white. And I haven't even gotten into the like I said, like I started this project, but I've only worked on it like I think one live. It might have been two. I don't remember. But and then I got sick and I'm still recovering, so I'm still not completely well. So I'm like really drained of energy, just just trying to make it. But this is what I did when I just like, because I had to separate all these colors. That this kit didn't come separated, so I had to separate them. And some of them are like, I'll show you, like they're very similar, especially when they were all together. So that was the first challenge, was separating them. But then I just went ahead and, because I have the little cards that they go on, that you wrap them on. But this was my quick fix, just so that they would be separated. And I just haven't gotten back to it, so here they are. I mean, I will, but the bits of energy that I have had, well, like today I used a lot of energy, like physical and mental, in trying to organize this stuff, and that's probably why I felt so overwhelmed. But other than that, I've been using, because since I was sick and I couldn't do a lot of things, I've been trying to catch up on like housework and that kind of stuff. So that's where my energy's been going. It really hasn't been going to like the crafting part of anything. I will have to go in a few because I have to get myself to bed. I have to get up early for work. Oh, okay. I'm looking forward to retirement for sure, definitely. I enjoy visiting with you. You have a calm. Aw. Well, thank you. Yeah, it was a mess. It was definitely a mess. And it's not so great now, but it's okay. I can deal with what I have right now. Are you on the, do you have to work in the morning? Are you on the West Coast or East Coast? Because it's 1 o'clock in the morning where I'm at. White. I guess after you leave, I will sit here in silence, just listening to my music, just stitching one stitch at a time. That's okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I'm gonna start right there. Okay, in Arizona. So what is it there? 11? Because you're not on California time, right? I mean, you might be. I don't know. I know it's only 10 in California. 11, okay. I don't think I've ever had so many knots in such a short amount of time. Oh, I can't even undo this one. There we go, maybe. What did I do? Let's see. I went all the way across. All right, I misjudged where I was at, so I started in the wrong spot. So I'm going to cut that and start in the right spot. Hi, Jane. Welcome. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Aw, thank you, Tina. That was 1, 2, 3, 4. You know, I haven't been outside today, but I thought it was pretty cold inside. And I mean, we have the heater going, but I've been cold a good portion of the day. I don't even know how cold it is here. Let me see. It is 32 degrees right now. Tomorrow's low is 28. Next week the low is 20. That's a bit cold. That's a lot cold actually. Because that day that is 20, the high's only what, 30, 32. Yeah, that's a bit much. 50. It's 39 here. Next week it's in the 20s. So yeah, so you and I have almost the same temperatures. Fifty is an okay temperature. I prefer like high 50s or low 60s. That's to me that's like comfortable. That would be comfortable year round. Especially if it's sunny, because if it's sunny, a high 50 feels pretty good. One, two, three, four, and then 1, 2, 3, 12. Oh yeah, that's big. 40 degrees in one day. Wow. We've had some days like that. Yeah. I bet Arizona's nice though. I mean, I only drove through there. I mean, I stayed a night. I think I was in Flagstaff, I think. And that was like 30, 35 years ago, maybe. Because I was driving cross country. I don't even remember what the trip was, but it seemed nice. It was very dry. I don't even remember what time of the year it was. I know it was hot and it was very dry, but it seemed nice enough. Yeah, I bet. Because I think the summers are way too hot here, and I know that they're much hotter there, and it's a much drier heat. But it's probably better than dealing with all the cold and the ice and the snow. Okay, you too, Tina. Thank you for spending your time with me. And if I'm still feeling healthy enough tomorrow, I should be back here tomorrow night about 11 p.m. or midnight Eastern time. I hope to see you then. Have a great night. Have a good day tomorrow at work. Well, Jane, other than Tina and you, there's been no one else in the chat. I went back home for my 40th class reunion. It was my first one. Good night. Good night for real. Bye. I was telling Tina that I ordered a shelving unit um, earlier in the week, and it got here today. And it's to be able to organize my crafting stuff, mainly like my yarn. I thought it was going to be enough space to organize most of my crafting stuff. But now that I'm putting things on there, and I got the shelving unit, and I also got some clear boxes so that I can see the yarn in them. Because I think I've told you before, I like keeping my yarn in containers because I don't like it to get dusty. So I got some clear containers and the shelving unit, and I worked on that. Well, my husband put the shelving unit together, but I worked on trying to organize my yarn. And so I have it in boxes now, but it's not the way I want it because I want to do it like by color and then by weight. But it was so overwhelming because I have so much yarn, or it feels like I have a lot of yarn compared to others. I probably don't have any yarn or much of any yarn. But when you get a shelving unit and you're not even done putting all the yarn on it and you're almost out of room, well, I ran out of boxes. So I'm going to have to just use old boxes that I had that are not clear and just label them because I don't want to buy anything else right now. But yeah, I worked for like 4 hours on that, and I'm not even sure that it's all going to fit on there. Well, I think it will because on the very top shelf, I can stack the big boxes. So I should be able, because I could put what, 3, 6, I can put 6, like, I don't know what the sizes of those boxes are, but I can fit 3 and then I can stack 1 on top of each of those. But those will be mainly for like the yarns that I don't use on a regular basis because I would have to get up on like a step stool or a ladder to get them down. So I wouldn't want to do that, like on a daily basis or on a regular basis. but I really thought I was going to have room over there, like some room on a shelf to do like my to put the diamond painting on and put all my cross stitch material. But from what I have right now, it just looks like I'm not going to, and it's going to mainly be, well, it's going to be yarn. But if I can stack those up top though, if I do stack 6 up there, then that will definitely free up some of the shelf on the bottom. And then maybe I can put the other crafting, because I don't have like, I mean, I have cross stitch. Well, you know, I don't have very much of the diamond art, but I believe, oh, I never did look at that last night. The pretty gems I was supposed to look at. But, oh, I missed. Hi, Reggie. Let's see. Oh, thank you for being like number 9. Yeah, it does accumulate. I didn't realize, because I normally I have like my desk area, and so I have the boxes, and I just shove it all in the boxes and I close the boxes. But I had gotten smaller clear containers that I had like stacked up on my desk, um, off to one side, and I can use those. But when I started pulling yarn from like everywhere, it was like, wow. And 2 extra. But it was definitely overwhelming. Happy New Year to you. But yeah, it should definitely be nice when I get it all situated and organized. I think it's gonna well, it's definitely gonna look better than it has looked. I mean, it's probably not gonna look great, but it'll be better. And having it all, because I have the shelf up against the wall, so it's almost like, you know, a wall of yarn. Well, it's really of boxes, but um, yeah, it just feels more. It feels neater and more organized to me already, and the space feels a lot more open. So, because I have a problem working, like if an area is cluttered, I can't focus very well. And my area over there, which is why I'm working in a different area, was getting quite cluttered, and I just don't do well. Hi, Moon Rose. I have not donated any yarn. Like, I just don't know that I want to part with any of my yarn. But that's nice that you donated some. Like, I use my yarn. Like, I have a lot of it, or what I think is a lot of it. Um, but I mean, I use my yarn like daily. And, you know, here lately, fortunately, I have been able to get the extra yarn, or like the yarn I see on sale. But sometimes, you know, I'm sure like others, you just can't afford the yarn where you want it when you want it. So it is kind of nice to have yarn for when those times arise. Who did you donate it to? Moonrose said, "Be right back." Dance. I know people donate to like the nursing homes. Like mission of hope. Are they like local to you and you can just like drop off your yarn, or like you just order yarn and send it? Like when people ask for like donations of like crocheted items and stuff like that, I do that. But yeah, just as far as like just donating yarn, I have not. That's really sweet of you. Very generous. I guess maybe I don't have that much yarn, but it feels like I have a lot of yarn. Maybe because I don't have like a huge place to put it in. Maybe. And I probably wouldn't even have as much if, was it last year? Last year? Was it 2024 or 2023? I think it was in both years. There was like for several months where I could not, I couldn't crochet, which is one of the reasons why I got like the Addi and the Centro, so that I could actually do some things. But of course, I do it, but that to me is not as enjoyable as crochet. So even though I do use it um, and make a lot of things with it, I still don't do it as much as I do crochet. But there was for like several months in both of those, in 23 and 24, that I couldn't crochet because my arthritis was so bad. My wrist and my fingers were so bad that I couldn't. Like they were just swollen and stiff, and so during those months I wasn't able to use any of my yarn. But if it probably wasn't for that, I would have a lot less. I had a huge garbage bag full of yarn. I did what I started doing with the clear containers that I got was I really need to do it with labels, but I didn't get that far. That's what I wanted to do, but I just took like a sheet of paper and I wrote like the color of the yarn, and then I took a little strand of yarn and I taped it. And so it was like a steno pad piece of paper, and I just went like which one was which, and that way I could just from the outside I could see what I needed, if it was in that container. But then like in my containers that are not clear, I have not labeled those. I normally just label those like blanket yarn or acrylic. Um, the cotton I have in completely separate container in clear ones that I can see. But ideally I would want to label everything because yeah, it does help. I like having the strand of yarn, that way I can actually see the color. Because sometimes when you have like the variegated yarns, you just because you read the name doesn't really mean that you'll know what color it is. One, two, three, four. So, but it'll probably take me a while to get these how I want it, but it doesn't have to happen all at once. But that's kind of like what happens when I don't do it all at once. Then I go on and move on and do other things, and it may be such a long time later before I come back, which is why normally I start something and I want to finish it quickly so that I get it done. But I blame that on menopause because of my lack of focus. And like my cross stitch, I just have in a big bag, like a 31 bag, and they're just all in there. There's no organization to them whatsoever. I'd like to get those organized. And I mean, that wouldn't be that big of a project because they're small enough, I think. But I don't even know how I would organize them. because I was like, I'll stick them in a binder. Well, some of them were too big to go in the binder, and yeah, I just tried that like a couple of weeks ago. I didn't like the way it looked at all. So I don't know how I'm gonna organize those, unless I just like put them in a drawer and like in folders, you know, and like label the folders. That might work. I don't know. What do you think? How do you organize yours? The cross stitch, like all the charts and kits and stuff like that. Well, that's what I tried to do. It didn't work out. So thinking maybe if I put them in a filing cabinet, like in folders, you know, and like just like label like a folder like Christmas and then have all the Christmas ones in there and, you know, like that. But I don't know. Because I don't think I've ever had them organized. I think I just always like stick them in a bag, and then whenever I want to do something, I go through the whole bag, which doesn't seem like a great way to do it. For those of you that saw me when I got this, um, you know, it has the light on it. It's the magnifying glass so that I can see my chart, and it has the light on it. Um, I don't even remember what kind of batteries it takes, but I would not recommend it. Like, it worked great. Okay, so it takes 3 AAA batteries, but I've used it, I don't know, maybe like 4 or 5 nights, and the batteries are dead already. So it uses up a lot of battery, and it doesn't last very long, so I definitely would not recommend it if you're going to use the light part of it. So if you needed like the light part of it, I'd probably go with something like with a USB, where you can just like plug it in while you're using it, or like just like recharge it, you know. Extremely large 3-ring binder, and I use the plastic sleeves to put patterns and pattern books in them. See, that's what I do with my crochet. Like, I have a really big binder, and I do that, and then I don't know if you were here when I showed the other binder. I can't remember. Were you here last night? The binder where I used to have my seeds. Um, and I think that's where I'm going to put all the gems for like the 3D paint, the oh my gosh, what am I trying to say? The diamond painting. I think I'm gonna put the little baggies in there, in that big binder. But that's the binder I tried to use for the cross stitch patterns. But I guess because it's like the whole kit, you know, and the kits are all like different sizes. Some are smaller, some are big. It didn't fit. But I mean, I think it's a 3-inch binder, so it's a pretty big binder. But that definitely did not work. I don't know what I've done with it now, but yeah, it's just a big binder, and it has the let me see if I have it here. It has I have the little sheets in them, the little plastic that has the small dividers in there, which is where I used to. I mean, it doesn't have. I only have one of those in here now because I had to clear it out because I was going to put the cross stitch in here. But I have these, and so like those little baggies that came with the gens would fit in there perfectly. And then, you know, I can have however many in this. I think it is a 3-inch. Yeah, it is 3 inches. But that's, this is where I used to keep my seeds. So I'd have my little seeds in like their packets, or if not, I'd put them in like those little bags, and then I'd label them, and then I'd stick them in here. And I had them all by like what month I needed to like start them and put them outside, and like, you know, like the flowers or the herbs and like all the different categories. And it worked out really good till I got too many seeds, and then I had to do one of those, the plastic photo container ones. I'm sure you've seen them. um, and I got one, and it was way too many seeds, so I had to get another one. And that, so far, that's pretty good. But I mean, I buy seeds and then I save seeds, so that's why I have so many. And even like my squash seeds, I keep those separate. Well, a lot of those separate that I save, just because it does take up a lot of room because they're so much bigger. So I'll keep those in like I'll like vacuum seal them in a bag, or I'll put them in a canning jar, a little jar, and keep them like that. But yeah, that binder did not work for the cross stitch. But I mean, I do have a pretty big bag full of the cross stitch kits that I've just gotten over the years. Bye, Moonrose. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you have a wonderful night. Ooh, 5 or 6 inches. Yeah, that's big. That is big. Are you working on anything today? Okay, so then 1, 2, 3, 4. That sounds cool. What color are you doing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to get the app for this so that I could see it better, magnify it. One, two, three. Ooh, bright rosy pink. That light pink. I did one on, I don't know if you saw my short. Was my short today or yesterday? I don't even remember. On the one I did on the Addi. Well, really on the Central. But with the team colors, it turned out pretty cool. I want to make more of them. And I mean, they're relatively easy to crank out. It's just like the actual assembling of them that I don't find enjoyable. I do need to make more. Alright, so that was 3. Skip 2, 3 more. Oh, yeah, the football themed one. Thank you. So I need to make, I want to make a Packers one, and then probably a Falcons one. And then probably, I don't know, that's 2 of them. I don't know if I'll even get that done before. Yeah, that's probably it, because I might not even get those 2 done. So really the Packers one is the one I want to get done, because the Falcons one, that would just be to put in the store, and football's almost over. I don't watch very much football. Um, so I don't know that I have like a favorite team. I mean, the Packers, I like the Packers. Have I kept up with them this season? No. Um, the When I used to watch football regularly, I don't know, because it's not like it wasn't like um, the Georgia teams. I'm trying to think who the team was, but um, I don't guess I have a favorite college football team. But like professional football, it was I have a few actually, which is the Packers, the Falcons, um, the Eagles, and the Giants. But those have been for like years. But like I haven't really been keeping up with football that much. Hi Ariel. Who did they lose to? And the short that I had, that blue and gold, that's for the LA Rams. That was a gift for someone. Notre Dame. Yeah. I used to watch Notre Dame. I was trying to think of their name, but I just kept coming up with the Colts. But that was like forever ago. That's kind of different that you like Notre Dame being in Alabama. Notre Dame, they're blue and white, right? Or am I confusing them with the Colts again? Well, Ariel, I appreciate you stopping by and saying hi. I hope that you have a great night, a good sleep. You're in a lot of pain right now in my lower back. Well, I hope you feel better. Yeah, I used to keep up with football, and then it's just like, if I catch a game, I catch a game. It's not like, oh, I have to watch the game. Oh, okay. Okay. I was like, well, maybe she's originally from there. Who knows, right? I'd like one day to be able to be one of these people that cross stitches, you know, that just does their hand like this and pulls it out the other side, and they just work like this with the two hands. Like, I think that would be so cool. Will I ever get there? I don't know. I don't think I do it enough to have that practice to become that good at it. And of course, you can't do it while you're actually holding this. But even at that, I would think I would need to build up speed just with the one hand before I could get the other hand involved. Well, that's what I thought, but then, you know, I mean, I can't even remember when the last time I watched the college football game. Is the headband for you, or are you gifting it? You know what I think I want to do this weekend, if I feel up to it, and if I get my energy back, because I'm lacking in energy. I'm like completely just drained. But I think I want to go to, have you heard of Callaway Gardens? They have like the butterflies. They do the Christmas lights, but I think their Christmas lights are probably done now. I have to look. It would have been nice to see Christmas lights. Let me see. I probably is over. Fantasy and lights. After Christmas, Savon. Blah. Okay, no, that's not what I'm trying. Oh, well, look at that. The lights go through January 5th, so they'll go through Sunday. So hopefully I will have all my energy back and not feel sick. Because if I don't, if I still feel a little bit sick, then I wouldn't want to go out in public. But because this year I did not get to see any like Christmas lights, I think that would be really cool. And it won't be crowded because, I mean, it's after Christmas. Yeah, I think I want to do that. Yeah, they have like, well, they do the Christmas lights, and then they have, like it's a garden just like with all kinds of different flowers and stuff, and they do like a bird show, or they used to. I haven't been in 9 years, I think, 9 or 10 years. And then they have like this area where it's just like so many butterflies, and you go in there and like the butterflies, they'll land on you, and it's pretty warm in there. I guess they have to keep it warm for the butterflies. And then they have like where you can go hiking, and a little place where you can eat. It's pretty nice. Like you can go there and spend like a good portion of the day. So I have to see if hubby would want to go, but I think it would be nice because I didn't get to watch many Christmas movies this year, and then I didn't get to see lights. And so I feel like I missed out. But then again, I gotta check the temperature because I don't think I would want to be out there in very cold temperature for hours at a time. And of course, the Christmas lights, they look better at nighttime, so you'd have to stay till when it got dark. And then, of course, it's going to be colder the darker it gets. Oh, thank you. No, I'm not on camera, but I'm on this corner or real close to the edge, and it's hard to get in right there. Hi, God's Desire. Welcome. I hope you're doing well. I'm good. I'm good. Let's see. Moonrose says, what size? I need to make a sample color squares for customers for them to order their project. I wouldn't think that the square would have to be very big if it's just a sample to see the color and maybe the yarn that you're using. What size are you thinking? Okay, that was 1, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. God's Desire, what are you working on tonight? Good. You picked it up. How's it going so far? I really don't want to move this hoop. Good. Since you put it down for what, like 2 days, I think, 2 or 3 days, you'll probably just breeze through it now. Sometimes we just need a little break from something. and it just all falls into place. I've had so many knots today. Okay, I stepped away for just a little bit so that I can get my tea going. Making my hibiscus and lemon balm. Because last night I did not. I needed to make it and I didn't make it. So and I'm back. One, two, one, two. Okay, well that's it for that color for right now. So we are going to end this one and then see what else, what other color we're going to pick up on. I really am trying to keep my back neat, but it's not. It's definitely not neat, but I am trying. I mean, I think it's neater than all my other ones have been, but it's not neat, but it is neater. All right, so that was the white, and we're gonna go with, I think, the star. Yeah, I think we'll go ahead and go with the star. What color is that? Cream. And then we will start. I think I'm going to start right there. All right, where is the cream? And that is what, 2 strands? Yep. Okay, and the first stitch is, where are we? What was, what? Right there. Okay, so that was the white, and so we're gonna go 1 over. Yeah, I don't know. I don't make color samples, so I don't know. That's why I said I don't think it needs to be very big, but that would be completely up to you, or then my answer is I don't know. And some of these stitches can be so hard to see. Like I do well, and then all of a sudden it's like I don't even know if I got that last one. No, I don't think I did. Somehow I skipped it. That one is 1, 2, 3, 4 in white. 4. So that's 2. I'm still moving pretty slow, but I must say it's a lot faster than I was when we first started, like a couple of weeks ago. I don't know if this is the second or the third time I've worked on it, but it's definitely a lot faster, I think. It could potentially be a lot quicker if I was actually doing it every day. So that one was that one. Mark it off. Because if I don't mark it off, I lose my spot very easily. Well, thank you. Yeah, I thought I was moving a little bit quicker because that first day I was really struggling. I mean, I couldn't even thread. I was having a hard time threading the needle. I mean, I still think the holes are super tiny, but and this is not even like, what is this 14 or 18? Yeah, this is 14 count. So this is not even the tiny one. And they look so tiny to me. So whenever I get to 18 or higher, I don't even know how I'm going to handle that. And maybe with a magnifying glass, I don't know. Oops, sorry. Didn't mean to like swing you about. But I have the camera down low so that y'all can see the stitches. Alright, so I did that one, and then 1, 2, 3. Ouch, I just poked myself. No blood, so that's good. We planted some daikon radishes and wasabi radishes in, I don't know, in right before the spring. And so, we harvested our radishes when the time came. And then I let some go, just keep going so that they could go to seed. So that then I could collect the seeds and have them for the next season. And I looked at the garden a couple days ago because I have to work in the garden, and I'm still avoiding it, y'all. It's been weeks, I'm still avoiding it. But I went in there and I started looking around, and I guess maybe some of the seed pods opened. I mean, I've already harvested those seeds like way back when, and but I guess maybe some of the pods came open and they just reseeded themselves, and we have some good looking wasabi and daikon radishes out there, like really nice ones. I thought that was pretty cool because it's not like, you know, we even try to do it. It just did itself, and that was nice. Just like when we get our volunteer tomato plants. Like to me, those are like the best because you know you don't put any effort into them. They just keep coming back every year. Well, for us, it's not like the big tomatoes. It's the cherry tomatoes that keep coming back, but they're delicious and they just seed themselves. I know, right? I was so excited about that. Because it wasn't like the whole bed, but I had the radishes in a 9 by 3, and I think like a section of like 6 by 3 is where they did their stuff. I'm like, that's pretty good. Because I planted, my goodness, this past, well, let's see, I think I plant my radishes at the end of January or at the beginning of February. I can't remember the date, but I planted so many, like, I planted like, of just the little radishes, I did like 600 of those seeds. And then with the daikon, wasabi, and what was the other one? It was another big radish. Um, daikon, wasabi. Oh, I can't remember which one it was now, but it was another big one, you know, because the smaller radishes is like 30 days or less. The bigger ones, I think those were like 45 or 60 days. And I planted, I don't know, not in the hundreds, but I planted quite a few of those. So we did have a good radish harvest. So I definitely wasn't expecting any now. Can you put can you like cover it like a plastic container um like a milk jug or something like that? Because I mean during the day it won't be freezing, right? It'll just like drop down at night and then come back up, or bye Moonrose. I hope you have a good night. Oh, okay, they're in the greenhouse. Well, how cold is it supposed to be? Because I would think in a greenhouse with the heater going, they should be okay. Yeah, I think at 30 it's okay. Because they like the colder temperatures. I mean, yeah, not freezing, but that's like just barely. And in a greenhouse, yeah, I think they should be fine. Yeah. I mean, you could always, if you're really concerned, you can always, put a plastic container over the top of them, temporarily, because if not, you'll kill them because it'll get too hot and under there. One, two, three. One, two, three. Do you know what type of cauliflower you're growing? One, two, three. Yeah, I think they're good to like right below freezing. Um, but like I don't know about like the low 20s because that's quite a bit below. That would be outside. So in the greenhouse, I imagine it'll be warmer, and they can tolerate it. But I don't think they can tolerate it like really long term. But like if it's freezing, like overnight, and then it's not freezing during the day, they do okay with that because they're not like brand new seedlings, right? Because a lot of times the seedlings won't make it, but if they're established, they should be okay. I really have neglected my garden. I'm not growing anything out there other than those radishes that took care of themselves. And what do I have out there? Collards. Um, greens, just different kinds of greens, lettuces. Um, what's that other one? It's a green. I don't remember the name of it. I have several different greens out there, but they've pretty much taken care of themselves because I haven't done anything with the garden. And I went out there and I was like, oh, we could, because for like the last, I don't know, probably for the last month or so, we've bought like organic greens, which is ridiculous. I know. I grow them. I shouldn't buy them. But just because I've been avoiding the garden in general, I knew that if I would go out there to harvest, that I would be out there for hours and hours, and I just didn't want to. So, but yeah, the greens, they're thriving, they're doing well. So I need to just harvest them and not buy store-bought. Oh yeah, so they should be okay. I hope they're okay anyway. Just keep an eye on them. You know, I've never done hydroponics. I tried, well, but I don't, it's not hydroponics, but I was it this year? I think it was this year. I had some of the, I can't even think of the word now. The tomatoes, you know, when you prune them, the suckers, when you cut the suckers off, um, I just stuck them in a bucket of water outside, and you know, I changed the water every few days. And do you know that it was cherry tomatoes? Do you know that it grew tomatoes in just water, with me just changing the water? It didn't have soil, it didn't have anything. Now, granted, the plant did. I mean, the plant got like maybe like, I'm trying to think how many feet. It was probably like 4 feet, maybe 5. You know, it was leaning over on the railing. But yeah, it grew tomatoes. It gave me quite a few tomatoes. I know it's you know, like, I love growing my own stuff. I really do. And a lot of the time I enjoy my garden time. You know, it's peaceful. I go out there, I play in the soil. You know, I talk to the insects and the pollinators and my plants. But then sometimes it's so hard and my body aches so badly that sometimes I just don't want to deal with it. And this year was one of those because the weeds just became so much. It was a fight every time I went out there. And it was like, you know, I didn't say it, but I thought several times, I thought like this is like too much. Like maybe I don't want to do this anymore, you know. But of course I want to do it, but sometimes it just gets really hard. You know, I mean, we garden outside, so the weeds are like insane. And I mean, some of our weeds are like just, they're pests, you know, they're good for nothing. But a lot of our weeds, I don't mind because a lot of them are medicinal. And so I make a lot of tinctures, and, you know, I freeze dry them or dehydrate them, and I make teas, and I make salves and oils. And so I use a lot of the weeds that grow. Um, but some of them, like there's, I don't even know what it's called, but it's like a creeping grass. Maybe that's the name of it. I don't know. Like a creeping grass, and it just it it just creeps all over the place, and it's so hard to get rid of it. It's so hard to pull out. That's been a real pain. That one has, which is weird because we haven't had it in previous years, but this year it showed up. But yeah, so I don't think that was hydroponics growing, but it grew with just water. So that I was pretty impressed with that. And I mean, it stayed alive. Um, yeah, it stayed alive for months. It's not like, it just did it for a little bit. It was around for a while. That's good. They will produce for you so much sooner. We didn't overwinter any this year. And then last year, I started I started them indoors, my peppers and my tomatoes. I think it was like, I'd have to check back in my notes, but I think it was like the first week in January. And I definitely can't do this year because they got so big, and because we can put them out the first week in April. I think it was the first or second week in January when I did it. But I had to pot them like 2 or 3 times. They were just so big. Now, when I planted them outside, they did extremely well because they were so ready for all the space. But in previous years, I've started them inside in, I think, the middle of February, and they haven't taken off like they did this year. It's weird, which is why I started them earlier, because I was like, I want to put them out there and I want them to be strong. I don't want them to just be, weak seedlings. And they were strong, but they were big, and they probably could have stayed inside because when I put them out, it was there was no more frost, but I think it did get down. I don't remember how low it got, but peppers don't like the cold, and so you know, they like shriveled up, and I think that might have stunted their growth a little. So I'm definitely not starting them now. I might just wait till the last week in January or first week in February and then see. But you know, it's learn as you go. You just, with gardening, you know, you just keep learning. And it's always not the same, you know. You can do something one year and it's perfect, and then you do the same exact thing the next year and it's failure. So it's, you know, it's just trial and error. I've learned, or I don't know that you learn patience, but I've definitely gained patience from gardening. Tomatillos, man, those, they want to grow, don't they? We, I got, I did green tomatillos. We've done green tomatillos for a few years, but this year we tried the purple tomatillos, and they grew so much, so much. They produced like insane amounts. Yeah, it definitely helps with the patience, because, and to, for you to realize, I know it's made me realize that I am not in control. As much as I want to think that I am in control, you know, I have learned that I am not. I know I love growing. I like being able to go out there and just pick the stuff, you know, and just eat it. I mean, I don't even have to bring it inside and wash it if I don't want to, you know, just work in the garden and just eat. Have you grown, do you grow any squash? My tomato, not my tomato trees, goodness. My, my apple trees, I planted them last year, and one of them gave me one apple this year. And because we planted, you know, to try to do a little orchard, so I planted 2 apple trees and 2 pear trees, and got one tiny little apple and no pears. A honey nut. I'm not familiar with that squash. We get squash bugs and vine borers here, and somebody suggested last year that I start them indoors, and but you know, squash doesn't like to be transplanted. Um, but they suggested that I plant them like in a big, in something big, that I don't have to disturb their roots, you know, when I transplant them out, and like give them a head start like indoors. I guess kind of like what I did with the tomatoes and the peppers. Um, and then put them out there so that they can produce much quicker before the vine borers get them. But I did that with not all the squash, but I did it with the candy roaster and one other one. What was it? Was it butternut? And I put it out there. You know, I had it in the house. They grow just fine. And then I put it out there and it was like it didn't do anything. So the ones that I started from seed out there outgrew the ones that like had 2 months or a month and a half head start on them. So I don't know if I just disturbed the roots too much when I transplanted them. But I've never really transplanted them. I always just start them from seed outside and they do great till the vine borers get them. So my goal is to be able to harvest squash before the vine borers kill them, because I have tried so much to not get the vine borers or like stop them before they cause the damage, but it's a losing battle. Okay. Yeah, I did. How did our squash do this year? No, our squash did not do good this year. I got, um, I grew a new squash. What was it? Um, oh, it's a green one on the outside. I can't think of the name of it. But, oh, the Cushaw squash. Jane, thank you so much for spending your time with me. I appreciate you. You have a wonderful and blessed night. But I tried Cushaw for the first time this year, and I only grew one. And I think my candy roasters, I think I got like one or two, maybe, but they were small because you know the candy roasters, like the year before, my candy roasters were like 10, 12 pounds. This year they were much smaller and it was only a couple of them. The previous years I had like, I was able to can several cannerfuls, but the vine borers and the squash bugs have just been horrible. I was not able, I only grew like a few zucchinis. Yeah, those bugs, I tell you. You know, like people are like, oh, zucchini, you only need one or two plants and you can feed the neighbors. You can't. Not when the borers get it. You can't even feed yourself. See, I would think that that would like the roots wouldn't be able to like get big enough, because you know their roots they grow pretty quickly. I mean, that might work. Might be a good experiment. I This year I put, you know, I got those the garbage cans that they have at the Dollar Tree that are um like mesh, and I wrapped them up in the insect, I can't even think of the word, the insect netting, and then I covered my squash with that. But then the squash, you know, they grow, so I had to take that off. But while I had them on that, the vine borers didn't get them. But once I took that off, I mean, probably in like a week or two, the borers got them. So I keep telling myself, I'm like, I'm not going to even grow squash. And who knows, if I don't grow squash one year, maybe the borers will go away. Like, I don't know. But then you have some people that say, you know, start them indoors and then plant them out. And then you have some people that say, just don't plant them out for the spring. Wait till, because they say the borers like have like a 1 year. But I think that just depends on where you live. Because I think here in Georgia, I don't think they have like their life cycle. I think like they're just here. I could be wrong, but they don't seem to ever go away because, you know, I plant seeds throughout. So like I don't just like, so I do succession planting, and it doesn't matter. The borers always get them. So I don't know that would work, that works, you know, like plant them out early. Well, the earlier thing might work because the borers aren't around yet, but the later, I don't think they go away till afterwards, like after like the whole season is over. Because I've never been able to, once the borers come, I haven't been able to grow squash at all. But yeah, and see, you probably do it too, but I do organic gardening. And I have, I have told myself a few times, like, I should just not do organic so that I can grow a lot more food. But then again, one of the reasons that we like growing our own food is because it's organic. But it gets so it gets so tiring always fighting the bugs, because I mean those are just a couple of the bugs. There's so many more. Those are just, you know, destructive to the squash and the, what else do they like? They like the squash, the zucchinis. They like oh, they like the watermelon. I think it might be the watermelon. Now I am new to like the trees. That was just, we planted them and we're hoping for the best. If they make it, great. If they don't make it, then that'll be okay too, right? But I planted some grapes, and let's see, the grapes are in one area, and then we have muscadines in another area. And we did that, was that this year? No, that was at the end of last year, or the end of the season. And so we did get a few grapes, but we have not gotten any muscadines. But the muscadines got some kind of caterpillars on them that just like demolished their leaves. But I know that I have to go out there. I didn't do it last year because the plants were still like babies, you know. But I know that I have to go out there and I don't know. I don't know if you call it pruning on grapes, but you know what I'm talking about. Like I know I have to go out there and cut like the canes in certain areas and do that kind of, but I've never done it, so I'm not sure exactly how to do it. And I know that some people don't cut any of that, but of course I want my plants to be healthy. And those that produced, they only produced a little bit of grapes. They didn't produce very much. But so like maybe just like one big bunch. No, it was like maybe two big bunches of grapes. But the plant itself is like, you know how they go sideways? You have them like the branches or whatever to one side and then the other, like you split them. And they're probably like 8 feet in each direction. So I mean that they're big. So I know I gotta cut them because I know they're taking up a lot of energy to keep all that going instead of fruiting. That one was 3, 3, 2, 2, 3, 3, 2, 2. Oh, was that one supposed to 3, 2? 2. That one's supposed to be 3. 1, 2, 3, 3, 3, 2, 3. I bet you make the most out of that space though. You could always do vertical growing too. That's what I do with the squash, because you know they take up so much room if you just let them sprawl on the land. So I put them on like we made from a cattle panel. We have arches going, and so we have them go up the arch one side and then down the other. So that basically gives them that's like 6 feet up and 6 feet down. So they get like 12 feet, and they're just growing their space for growth is just 2 square feet of actual like soil. Oh, okay, so you do. Okay, so you're familiar. Because that's how we grew a lot of the squash was vertically. Well, in the past years, because this year they didn't do good, but previous years, I mean, we've gotten like hundreds of pounds of like squash. But that's before I even knew what a vine borer was. And I just don't know that we'll ever succeed at squash again. I mean, I'll probably plant them again. I'll probably try them just because. But you know, I love like, there's like certain things that, you know, you grow and it's like, yeah, it's a little bit better than the store, but not like huge difference. But then, you know, like peppers, like a fresh pepper is so much better than like the store bought, or like the tomatoes. Oh my gosh. Like I love the fresh tomatoes. The slicing tomatoes, the cherry tomatoes, plum tomatoes, all pear tomatoes, all of the tomatoes. They're all so good fresh. I've never had a store-bought tomato that has tasted as good as my tomatoes. That's like one of the best things I think about gardening is the tomatoes. Also the cucumbers. The homegrown cucumbers are so much superior than the store-bought. They do. They go dormant in the soil, and that's why I think that I want to like actually put something in there to kill them. But we've been organic since the start, so I've thought about that for like a couple of years, and I even bought like the um I guess it's a pesticide. I mean, I know it's not good, but I even bought a bag of it at Home Depot because I was like so frustrated. But I haven't even opened the bag because I probably won't. But yeah, they go dormant, and so you're supposed to like till up the soil so that basically you're squishing them or killing them, you know, in the whole process. But we've done that, and they're still there. But you know what's interesting is that I know they're in the soil, but when I did the the netting on those trash cans, they they didn't bother them. So I mean, I know that's, well, they go dormant though. They're dormant in the soil, but then I think when the season comes, they turn into that moth, or you know, that fly looking thing. And then that is not what gets them. That's what then lays the eggs on the plant. So if you can kill them when they're in the soil, when they're at that larvae state or whatever, before they turn into that moth, because that moth is what's going to lay the eggs, and then the eggs, when they hatch, they go into the stem. So I know I've tried fighting them every which way I know, and I can't win. I've put the yellow sticky pads out there because you know they're supposed to be like attracted to the yellow. Because if you can get the moth to not lay the eggs, then you're good. You know. Um, but I haven't caught any on the sticky pads. And I go out there and I remove so many squash bug eggs, and then so many of the vine borer eggs. I mean, I look like a crazy person out there, you know, like every other day, looking for these things. Now, somebody did say try to put the like cover like the bottom of the stem in like plastic or aluminum foil, and I did not do it just because of the fact that my my I'm taking ownership of them, vine borers, they lay their eggs all the way up. So like since I grow vertically, some of those eggs and those the larvae, they're 6 feet up from the ground. So you can't really cover all that in plastic or aluminum foil, you know? So I haven't tried that, but I've done like the injection of the BT. So I've got like syringes and a whole bunch of BT, and that works. It does work, but it's not a one-time thing. You have to go out there and you have to do it every few days. And to me, a squash is just not that worth it to me. And then we got the last year was the first year that we had we got the, what are they called, foot leg foot-legged something. I don't remember the technical name, but they love green beans, and they love a lot of stuff. Yes, that, yes. Yes, they are horrible here. I we had never seen them till last year, and they have just been, they were like the first year they were just on our the red noodle beans that we were growing, and the what were the other ones, they grow like 3 feet long, some kind of Asian beans. So that's all they got into last year. But then this year they got into the tomatillos. Like when I would go in there to harvest tomatillos, like they would fly at me. They got into the tomatillos, they got into the eggplants, they got into the green beans, um, they got into the oh, what was the other stuff? It wasn't turnips. My rutabagas. Like they were just, they were horrible this year. Horrible. Yeah, the army worms for the cabbages. Yeah, we had yeah, you know what? This year was just a bad year for the bugs. Like you know, there's always like a problem with bugs, but like this year just seemed, and maybe that's why I was just like so over the garden, because this year was just like really bad. Like it was not just like one or two bugs, like it was like numerous bugs on like all the things. But yeah, the leaf-footed bugs, they even got my cucumbers. And I don't know if you've seen the little babies. They're so ugly. They're so scary. So that was 3, 2, 2, 3. Look at us. We can talk garden all night long, can't we? Yeah, very passionate about my garden. And I stay so busy during gardening season. Like I barely get to like craft. Like this year, because I was like trying to do like the YouTube and stuff, but YouTube just took a back seat because I'm like, I just, like I want to do the YouTube, but at the same time, the garden feeds my family. So that kind of takes priority, but it takes a lot of my time. And now you're going to get to grow that, oh, I forgot the name, calamandron. Is that how you say it? I don't even remember. That just looks like it's so good. And then when she tasted the leaves, I was like, oh my gosh, like I would love to have some of those leaves for tea, Because a lot of the stuff that I grow like tons of herbs because I like having like making my tea from the fresh from the garden, but I also like just saving them so that I can have them, like now when they're not growing. Um, yeah, love the the herbs or the like the grape leaves that you can use, and then the like strawberry leaves, like raspberry leaves, like yeah, all the stuff that I can make tea with, and all the stuff that can keep me healthy without needing any kind of chemicals. I didn't even know like I might have mentioned this before, but like I wasn't even like familiar like with the YouTube live, like how it really worked or anything like that. And since I discovered it like I don't know, like October, like I think I had like watched like maybe a couple of like YouTube lives maybe before then, but like I wasn't like in my brain it just didn't even like register what it was. It just kind of like I just thought I was watching like a video, but that it was live, but I don't know, it just didn't register till like a few months ago when I actually like started talking to people like on lives, like chatting, because before that I didn't even like chat or anything. And once I understood it, then I was like, ooh, I want to do that, but I'm like, oh, I don't even know how, like, you know. Um, but then I'm like, I can just like I'll choose to watch like YouTube live now before I even watch TV. So for like the last like 3 months, like I mean, I did watch some Christmas movies, and I'll watch TV every once in a while, but other than that, I'm like, like, yeah, like supporting people on these lives. And even like certain, like some of the people that I follow, like that like actually like need extra support or whatever, like I'll like even just like play them, like or play their playlist, or like do their lives, even though I may not like have time to like watch or whatever, like I'll just leave them playing. But had I known that like way before, I would have been doing that for a long time, but it just didn't all register. And I guess maybe now too that I'm putting more time into like my own channels, I can see where like the people that need help and that kind of stuff. So, but I like the YouTube live because you get to connect with people. Like, like I, in all the years of me watching YouTube, which I wasn't like, I didn't watch it like a lot, but I would watch it like if I needed to learn how to do something, or, just for instruction. But I was never really like a commenter. I just, I would hit the thumbs up and that's about it. But then when I started watching lives, I mean, it took me several lives, but then I saw where like it was like a community, and I was like, oh, this is pretty cool. And I mean, I don't know that all the channels are like that, but a lot of the ones that I have been in seem to be like that. And I'm like, I kind of like that. And, and you get to ask questions and get them answered in real time. Yeah, in the bushes a lot. I did that today. I was, I like to support Michelle, and she was live, I think, from like 7 to 10 today, and I didn't get to click on it till like 7:30, but I never even said hi. I just played them till they finished at, I think it was like 10:03 when she got off, but because I was busy organizing yarn and getting the new shelf going and stuff like that. So I knew that if I chatted, that would distract me from what I was doing, and I really needed to work on what I was doing. And then sometimes, you know, sometimes I'm just not in the mood to chat. Like sometimes, you just don't want to. Or sometimes you're just busy. But I definitely like to support people. I was so overwhelmed working on with all this yarn, trying to get it organized. I worked on it for like 4 hours, and I'm still not done. And that's just trying to get it to like where I can see like if I'm gonna need more boxes and stuff like that. It's not even like, I thought I was kind of like color coding it, but then after I put them in there, I was like, my colors are all over the place. So that's gonna take, I'll probably work on it this weekend, maybe. I don't know. Because I got that shelving unit and I got all those boxes, and I thought, in my mind, I thought this shelf is big enough because it's what, 6 feet tall and 4 feet wide and 2 feet deep. So that's, and it's got 5 shelves, so that's a lot of shelves and a lot of room. And I thought I will have all the room to organize all my yarn in there nice and neat where everything, I can see everything and find everything easily. I'll be able to have a small spot on the shelf for my cross stitch and for the diamond painting. And so far, it looks like I'm only going to have room for the yarn. So I have to try to maneuver things around to have more room, because obviously there will be more yarn. But I want to keep it all condensed because I have yarn like everywhere. So the purpose of getting this shelf and the boxes is so that it can be organized and I can have it all in one spot. But I'm gonna have to maneuver and like really like try to come up with how I'm gonna do it so that I do have the extra room. Because I also want to, like, I want to have all the yarn on there and I want to do the cross stitch and the diamond painting, but I also want to have a little bit of shelf so that when I have, so that I could put my project bags in there. So if I have like 3 projects going, I can have room enough for 3 bags to go on there. So that's what I'm looking at, but it's gonna take me thinking and like really planning the space out, because right now it's not there. But my husband was like, you can't do it all at once. You have so much stuff. Just do a little bit at a time. But I was trying to get it done, but I did a lot. But even those boxes though, I'm gonna have to go back in there and like do them by colors and things, but that's okay because that can come at a later time because they're clear so I can see the yarn I need to get out. But I'm thinking the top shelf is gonna have to have like 6 of the big boxes up there, more for like storage of like duplicate yarns or like yarns that I don't use very often kind of thing, so that I can have the stuff that I used more frequently where I can actually reach it easily. Because up there I'll have to get on a stool or a ladder to get it down. So I know, right? You can never have enough. I mean, I think I told you yesterday that I ordered more yarn. Like I've been saying for like a month, like I don't need more yarn. I don't have room for more yarn yet. I've bought so much yarn. And then I just bought some more. But if I can get it organized enough and actually have room for like my project bags and well, I mean, even if I can't fit my diamond painting and my cross stitch, I can put those in the filing cabinet. So I can do that. But like, I want to also make sure that I have room, like there's enough room for like, if I do get more yarn. Because I mean, if you get a really good sale, I mean, you got to get the yarn, right? And so you have to have the room to put it. Because I don't like just like not having a place for things. Yeah, and the the yarn that I just ordered um, is for 2 blankets that I want to do. And so that's the only reason that I ordered that. Then I ordered it because I ordered it online because I as much as I needed, I couldn't get it at the store. Because I think I ordered, I don't even know. They were they're red heart. I went with red heart because I know some people don't like red heart, but I like red heart. I've used red heart for a really long time. I mean, I use all kinds of other yarns too, but for this, I got red heart, and I got the 14-ounce ones, and I want to say I got like, was it 12 or 15 of them? Was it more? I don't even know. I don't even know. I mean, of course, I went through the project though, and whatever it said I needed, then I got one extra because I always having one extra. And like one of them is for a football team blanket, and so two of the colors, I went ahead and got one extra because I can still make like um, whatever is left over from the blanket. I could still make hats or headbands, or you know, so they'll still get used. And those are blankets that I wanted to make a while back, but I started doing amigurumis and then I never looked back. I just didn't go back to blankets or anything else. And then till a few weeks ago when I actually made those granny squares to donate. And then I was like, oh my gosh, I didn't realize how much I actually missed like crocheting other than amigurumi. Because the amigurumi, I'm not really quick with amigurumi, and there's so much counting, and I don't know, I'm just not fast at it because it's just something that I've learned to do in the last couple of years, as to where making blankets and such I've been doing for decades, and I just didn't realize how much I had missed it because I just didn't, I enjoy doing the amigurumis. I like having I start an amigurumi and within the day or the next day I'm done with it, and it's pretty and makes people smile. But then I did those squares and I'm like, wow, I have really missed this. And so then I went back and I was like, yep, I want to work on these blankets. And then that's why I started working on scarves and hats. Oh, I never read that. I'm going to be teaching my little niece to crochet later today. I've never taught anyone before. Oh, wow, that's going to be fun. How old is she? Seven. That'll be cool. And did she ask you to teach her? Do you know what you're gonna have her make? I know little kids like doing, but I mean she's 7, so but um like just like learning to chain and then basically making like a bracelet from their chain. And so that way they feel like, you know, they actually made something. And so like a little friendship bracelet from just chaining. Um, and then that'll be like one project completed, and then she can practice her chains again and then grow a little bit from there, and then maybe, you know, I don't know. I would think like a washcloth, but that would be pretty like boring for the kid unless she was going to like, you know, like give it to mom like as a present or something. Yeah, I think it is pretty cool because they just feel like, you know, they learn how to do something and all of a sudden, oh, I can wear this or I can give it to my friend and, you know, I made it kind of thing. I mean, and the chains, I mean, that is the foundation to all of it. But that probably wouldn't take her very long. But she'd learn that, get that out of the way, then she can do her chains all over again and make something. And I mean, I say a washcloth, but that could be boring for a kid. But a scarf would be kind of fun, but that would just, that's too much to put on a 7-year-old because that would just take a really long time. I was trying to think of something small, but I can't come up with anything. I'm not even sure how many stitches I did. I don't think I did that many. I don't know. But I think I am done. Getting sleepy again, so I need to close my eyes. I really enjoyed chatting. I enjoyed chatting too. Even though it was just us and Jane. I mean, we had you know, like 1 or 2 people earlier, but they left. Kind of like, you know, nice and personal, make even more deeper connections. So that was fun. But yes, absolutely, get you some rest. I'm gonna go to bed too. I think I'm done with my crafting for today. But thank you for spending your time with me, and I hope that you have a wonderful and blessed day and have fun teaching her later. Take a picture so you can show me. All right, bye. Thank you. Bye, guys. You guys that are not in the chat but are watching, I hope that you have a wonderful and blessed day. Till I see you again. Bye.